Good morning, Royal Family. Welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl, Down to Crypto TA. And as always, we're going to kick things off with a recap of yesterday's closure. All right, so yesterday we had this little descending channel. This is what I refer to it as, a descending channel. I joked around with you guys a little bit on that. And we did eventually break up from it. It was quite a struggle. We struggled. I said to watch out for this resistance level right here, and ultimately I wanted to see price get up here into this box right here. If you were looking to take a short, I just felt like that was a better entry for it. But a lot happened yesterday as we were simply doing a short squeeze, and that was the last thing I said when I exited the stream. I said, be careful if you're shorting right in here because a short squeeze is about to happen. And we chopped too much and we're not very successful with that short squeeze. As you can see, we got as high as the previous day high, which I need to change this now, but of course I leave it on the chart until we go live again to cover everything from the day before. So we made it here to the previous day high for the hard rejection right here. And this is when I go on Twitter, when I see these little candles right here. And I could also see from the 1 hour time frame that we were toasting, and we were likely going to get a correction. Okay, so if you on the 4 hour time frame, one thing we didn't do is we didn't close above this. We just wicked this. If you look at it from 4 hour, let me sink that in. And it's just the lows. Change that to all intervals. So you can see that we only were wicking here, and that was all we managed to do against these lows in here. That was another expectation. We knew that the MACD was starting to roll over. We switched to the MACD, I think the day before, because the Delta was being really, really choppy. So we knew we were getting to a point where the MACD was also going to start squeezing together here, and then eventually get that signal over here. But this is when we were just riding up above this signal line. I made a little modification here on this indicator here. We started to get the lighter bars, and we were just struggling, struggling. But right now, and I did draw out a couple of levels that I thought were going to be critical last night. And I can see that we're here in this one right here. This one right here was like the one that we really, really, really needed to hold. How well we perform from here, that's going to be something else, because we are still sort of trending down right now. I don't really see anything that I like about the RSI, and I'm really RSI heavy. At this moment, we're trying to hold on to the lower signal line down here. It just doesn't look nice in my opinion. And I've seen several videos talk about, everything going into the altcoins, but I just don't think it's that simple anymore. I really don't. I don't think it's that simple anymore. So for today, if we're going to continue, we could potentially hold here and get a bounce up, and we could range here for a little while today. But if we're going to continue down, then we'll likely come back here to the top side of the range, either to the top side of the range here, or just back down here into this support level in here where we have some more volume at. So far, with the cloud cover here on the daily time frame, we're still in a great place on the RSI. We did get a bit overextended. We can always still turn up from here. I don't really want to jump the gun on the daily time frame. We are still in between standard deviation 1 and 2 here on the Bollinger Band, which is also very critical. And once we lose standard deviation 1, then we can say we're gonna come down maybe somewhere in here. And that may actually be where you're 20 or 21. Okay, so it's just a little bit higher up here to the top side of this range here that we broke out from. We can say something like that. So it would either be the top side of this range or it'll be this little box in here between 109 and it's 108, 109 and 108. So a little $1,000 difference there. But the real winner has been, see, we're getting a little bit of respect in here. So let's put some respect on Bitcoin's name. Let me delete that. Let me move where our daily is now. New daily high is there. And I already did the daily low. For the 15 minute. Okay, so we got a little higher low in here. Got some dark colors up in here. All right, so we're trying to get that push back up, make another attempt. Now I did see that there are a lot of longs in the market right now. That's a problem. Because again, when you have more longs and shorts in the market, especially in an environment where you're ranging, it's just all about the liquidity. And we're going to have way more liquidity sitting below us, but we're about to break this structure right in here on the 15-minute time frame. At least it looks like we are. So we do that, we will be moving back up here. So this was a nice little hold in here, and let's see. Okay. All right, see, we're starting to converge on both moving average types. We can be looking for that push up. Yeah, long entry. I'm already in a long. Let's see, how much did we drop? About 2%, which isn't terrible. And that may have also been around where the golden pocket, no, it's not. Okay, so that's down here. Yeah, I put a little X in this box right here because I knew that if we came down this far, then we came too far. And we were going to keep rolling over. So since we stopped out in here, that's good. And again, we are about to break this little structure over here on the 15-minute time frame. Love a good reclaim of a momentum line. I can't enter another long on Bitcoin. But let me look. Let's see something here. I don't think that this is as important anymore as it was yesterday, but nonetheless, it is within the golden pocket 786 retracement level, and it looks like we're going to aim for this liquidity that is just above this doji candle right here. There's some pretty good liquidity sitting in here. You can tell from the candles. Those shorts. And I really, I don't need to have these lows anymore either. So I'm going to do away with that. I do still have this box over here where we tapped out at. So I will focus on that. And let me just see what this looks like. Yeah, we're in a good place for that pump back up. I like this bottom part here. We can come up, reject a little bit for another higher low, and then continue up. But since we're making the higher lows, we're in a good place over here to get long again. Coming back up above the 200 EMA. So we definitely want that break to happen up above here. All right, speaking of which, XRP, man. XRPZ, it's looking great. It's looking great. So I'm gonna flip off Bitcoin real quick while we're doing this. It looks good. I will keep you up to date as I'm talking through some other stuff. But if you were gonna get long again, we were right on time. I mean, double bottom right now. All right, so XRP just hit target number 2. We didn't quite get up here to target number 1 initially. You know, we front ran that by what, $1? Something like that. What was that high? 310. So we front ran that by $1.26. We had this little formation in here, which I expected for price to break up from. I posted on X yesterday, and this is the note for the potential range break coming into play for XRP, and now at target number 2 here. The macro standard deviation, I think that this is 1. Let me just make sure. Let me turn that off. Oh, okay, so that's 2. So that's standard deviation 2 from VWAP on the macro VWAP that I have on here. So right now, standard deviation, I'm just saying standard deviation again for target number 2 here. And if you get up here to 3, we'll see how price action reacts around here. So that's, we'll just go with the 342, but we'll check back in on XRP to see how it's doing. But that's nice. Just making sure I ain't got no problems with Biddy. Put this on so I can see it better. Okay, so we're doing good there on Bitcoin. All right, let's see what some other things are doing. Solana tapping into its macro standard deviation 1. And I just have to double check because, yeah. So band 1 of the VWAP is what Solana's tapping into. Also, you have the previous daily high right here. So once Solana manages to break through that, you already know we're looking around 188 to 207. I lean heavier on 207 than I do 188. But nonetheless, we get out of this range right here, which for some reason when I looked at it yesterday, I did not have this box in here. And I never have to change anything with Solana's ranges because I've had them for, I don't know, 2 years and they remain the same. But every week when I look at it, if there's something different, then I usually update. And for some reason I just didn't update this here. So yeah, the top side of this range, which is at 178, we get out of this range, then I'm looking further up to the 207 versus the 188. But I think I mean, we do have a lot more taps here at the 188 than we do the 207. But this seems more in tune with where price will be heading to next. So you just look for that. And most of the altcoins basically, okay, So Bitcoin's just trying to get out of, just rejecting very slightly, but not enough for me to be scared about it. Just 200 EMA right now. Most of the altcoins, they just came back to standard deviation 1 and 2 on the lower portion of the Bollinger Band. Right, so this one didn't quite make it there. That's what most of them did, so I'll just leave that on just to see. There's a lot with a lot of the altcoins, Bollinger Band was just going sideways. So theta, so you can see standard deviation 1 and 2 here, the lower side of the Bollinger Band. Again, put them Bollinger Bands on. Let's see. That's looking pretty thorough right there. Look at a 4 hour. Still a little bit of chop, but I like where the RSI is right now, but still just a little bit of chop, and we want to see some sort of confirmation, especially after that wick there on theta. Objective, same deal. Like I was saying, most of them just 2 standard deviation 1 and 2 on the Bollinger Band. And now it's all about getting that expansion. So for the ones that are not getting that expansion, like when you see Solana, it's not exactly sideways. Your bottoms are tilted up like this. So you're not going, what's a good example? You're not doing this, which is sort of like what some of the other altcoins are looking like right now. But 1 hour looks nice. It's all about the 4 hour. While I'm at it, I don't have that in here. Okay, I do have it in here. So you have a delta cross here, and potential for a MACD cross up too. So not bad here on the 1 hour time frame for most of the alts, and I'm just gonna so I can see what the 1 hour is looking like for most of them. OP. OP did get an expansion down. You get expand down here, so OP could bing bong around between 1 and 2 at the top here, where we had the previous day high at, before we actually see an expansion move here for optimism. I'm going to take this off because I know what I'm looking at this point. So it looks like it held on to band 2 from the macro Bollinger Band, not Bollinger Band, but from the macro VWAP. It held on to band 2 here, so that's good. I have 2 of them on here. Let me turn. I have 2 on. Okay, so it's just rejecting because this is one of the altcoins that have not made its way back above standard deviation 2. And then you have standard deviation 1 here. So this is really just getting started. And we are in a long position on optimism. If you were here for it, we did enter a long position on optimism. We entered somewhere probably about right in here, and then it rolled over on us just a little bit before finally getting a move up. Could be a little lower, given that this is a Bitcoin is doing pretty good, being that this is a weekly time frame. But this is a nice look because I expect for us to come up and break above this high here, get that closure there. and a continuation, some sort of a little pullback. If we do, and then a continuation. If we pull back, we probably pull back into this here, which is 9207. It looks like 9180. 9180, and then continue up. But this is starting to look really, really good here. You can see how we got this dark green down here right now. And all we need is to show some more momentum. Show a little bit more momentum. All right, as we are holding this low here. But OP, not bad, just slowing down a little bit here on the 1 hour time frame. I never like when the RSI shoots up like this. I don't like that. So I would expect some sort of a rejection to come in, but right now, you know, all of this green is looking mean. H bar finally got above VWAP. H bar just kept chopping and chopping and chopping at this this weekly VWAP. We finally gotten back above it, because I was like, oh my gosh, I should have taken my profits on H bar, and then maybe I could jump back in lower. And I got to stop doing that, because I want to do that, and you don't always get back in. So back above this little this weekly VWAP. This is the macro here. This is the macro VWAP there. Yep. So I'm glad to see we maintained this. And now we're up above this VWAP here. And it's onwards and upwards. Where we going, baby? We're going to 33. We can go much higher if, you know, if we're in a bull run here on Hedera. Let me see if there's any concerns here. Oh, Bitcoin got that breakup. I hope you got long. Hold on, let me come up over here. Get back to the altcoins, because you know we have to make sure Bitcoin is doing okay. So Bitcoin did get that move up, so I hope you did get long. Want to see that closure here on this 15-minute time frame above this point here, as we're putting in the little higher lows down here. Nice momentum candle there. See if we don't have a struggle with these here again. Even still, this would be with our closure here. Change. We're going to have some work to put in. In this zone between these two, we're going to have some work to put in anyway when we looked at it. Yeah. I got some work. Because we do want to see these in numerical order. We do want to see them in numerical order. So even if we push up, we just really want them to, I don't know, I call it peacock feathers. It's an alligator mouth. It's a technical term that they like to use for it. But we do want to see an alligator mouth. The 15-minute looks stunning. So far, that's looking pretty nice. One of the critical things really was just getting back above that 200 EMA. That's one of the critical things, and being able to hold on to that. I do see an expansion here on the Bollinger, potential expansion here on the Bollinger. But again, 1 hour time frame, we do have some work to put in. So don't be surprised if we do start to chop around in here just a little bit, but we definitely going to go up here for this liquidity there. All right. So Bitcoin is looking pretty good. 1 minute left. I'm going to let that close, and then I'm going to jump back over here into the altcoin space. I was really wanting to get in yesterday. Well, if we'd have pulled back enough, but we didn't. Undo. Because that's one that we talked about potentially for an entry, and that was Undo. It was near Undo and Aptos, and already in the Aptos. So we needed 3 more. But Aptos is just, being $5, being a few dollars, period, it just costs more to, we can't do the $20 bandit deal with those. Just really have to up a little bit more, or beginner friendly, leverage trading. But near so far, and we got that close. Okay, so we're looking decent over here. Please don't be red. But we know we're going to have a little bit of a struggle in here, so the red is fine. And if you've never been here before, when you when you're here on the top side of the band and you have high volatility, then the candle should be green. It should not be red. So if you're getting a red one, then all the criteria isn't being met, and there's a potential for okay, there we go, some green. There's potential for a correction, but we know that we're going to have some issues in here, potentially have some issues in here. If we just blast through this, I'm not going to like it at all. I have to go with it because it doesn't matter. It doesn't always respect indicators, but it wouldn't be acceptable to me. Stop 118, 742. So as long as we're not coming back below this momentum line, that's great. Into these highs here, that would be fine. Sorry. Trying to eat my little breakfast at the same time. All right, this looks relatively nice. So I'm just gonna go back over here to the altcoins, and if I see anything, I'll say something. But right now, that looks fine, and that was to be expected that we could chop in here a little bit, but nonetheless, that was a decent entry. All right, I don't really have a reason in here to suspect that we would have resistance in here. But like I said, it's nice to see that H bar is above that VWAP now. Took a look here at near. Not all altcoins are going to perform the same, but near still one of the best looking weekly charts I've seen out of some of these altcoins, and I am in the near long position. I didn't do this one with the stream, and we were supposed to look for our entry, and I never did get into that, even when we pulled back to where I ended at. So that is on me for that. I do think near looks pretty nice today. Right now we're in between yesterday's high and low. So do want to see price get above the daily high, previous daily high at 284. Look pretty decent here. On the RSI, really would rather see something like this because I have two entries now on Bitcoin, and I really need to find another entry on something else. And today is not giving it. All right, so Ondo, I did do a post yesterday on Ondo on social about this level here. We were attempting to break this level here and hold above it, and that we were in this rising formation, and that we really wanted to not assume that you can take a short. I'm pretty sure some people didn't care about that, and they did that anyway. But to not assume you should take a short, and because this could actually blast up through here. You saw how XRP did, right? But this is the rising structure here. It did get a little rejection there, but nothing major. Again, holding standard deviation 1 and 2 on the Bollinger Band and coming back up. And also tons of momentum lines in here. Once you start to break below these, then maybe we got a problem, especially when they're at the top. When so many of them start popping out like that, it is a struggle, to be honest. It signifies a struggle, in my opinion. But we can blast through here, and then you have your macro VWAP here. Now this number is going to look different depending on what time frame you're on. So right now it's 103.28, and I looked at some retracement levels for Ondo, and we were like this. I think that we managed to. Oh, we may have stopped right there. Did we stop there? Yeah, it may have been as much as we did. What's that? It's from the 1 hour. I don't guess some stuff is. Oh, you know what? Let's see. This is my dream entry. This is my dream entry right here for Ondo, but that's not happening. And then, yeah, I did spread out some of these entries, possible places that we could reverse, and we just tap this one. And why are these circles everywhere? I can probably trash those at this point. But that was just a highlight yesterday to highlight where price interacted with the trend line here for this rising formation, which I do think that we're going to break out of. And then I will be looking again for Ondo to come back up here into this daily zone here. But first, the macro VWAP sitting here. So on the 4 hour time frame, that's 103.28. And as you move out to different time frames, it will change slightly by some change. And that is such a beautiful chart. Such a beautiful chart. And then you can see where band 1 at the highs is sitting at here, where the golden pocket 786 retracement is located at. So yeah, I wanted to be a part of this right here, and I should have did it. We were in here. It's always the shoulda, coulda, wouldas. Always. So do look out for that with Undo. First of all, just breaking out of here, which also means breaking above this weekly range here, and then get into the macro VWAP there. And once Hundo is above there, oof, we get back to some of those numbers that we haven't seen in a while, like dollar land, which we're almost there now. Almost there now. A good looking chart. Let's take a look down here. Yeah. Definitely starting to get stronger here on the 1 hour. APT. Same thing. I posted on Aptos as well, because I took the long position over here on Aptos, and this one right here I did spot. So I was looking for an entry here on this pullback, and I figured if I could get one, and I could get it somewhere right in here, but that didn't happen yesterday with this pullback here. We stopped midway, which is really strong, especially when you're in some sort of what can be considered a bearish structure. When you're rising, it's generally considered to be bearish structure. But when you deviate in the center, it's pretty strong. So we'll likely break out of the top side. We have the potential to do that anyway. Then there were a couple of levels in here. Actually, let me just start like this. So not exactly a tap back into this one. And I thought that I was pretty accurate. But we do need to break this. And there is a range. Also, there's a range. Let's see if I have my notes in here. Yeah, so these are the notes that I put in yesterday for Aptos. Yep, so I was just letting anyone know if they were in here that we were approaching the top side of this channel. We were like somewhere in here, I believe. We were approaching the top side of the channel. So, if we get the rejection, you never know how far we're going to reject on this. So just be mindful of that. But we're going back up for it again. So that's nice. And there is a larger range here in play. See if I have that on. I may have that on. It's on the weekly. You can see it better from the weekly time frame, but it is where that W formation is sitting at. And so the measured move for the range break, it's going to be somewhere around 891 to 946 for that. That's where the weekly range is sitting at. So I'm just kind of finding the confluence there, and that's going to be the range. That's going to be the target. That's my target anyway for Aptos. So I do really want to get a leverage position on it as well. And first things first is getting through this potential resistance here. And then you have your band 1 and your macro VWAP here. And we'll just say that that's $6. Just round it out. When we get through the bottom side of this range here, then our target up here is 578. But nonetheless, looking pretty decent there, 4 hour time frame. 4 hour, not in the all clear, but um, mm, yeah, 4 hour, not in the all clear. Because we could go back to, maybe we'll play out the bear div potentially. Yeah, we could potentially play out the bear div. We had this cloud cover and we did have the bearish divergence in here. But with that, looked at this little formation right here. Um, this is coming from the QTD. Sorry, someone who isn't familiar. So that's the formation coming from the QTD indicator. I consider it to be a ghost line of what's actually happening in price action. And then you can see how we have the bull div down here at the low, which is what I took for the move to the upside here. So I played this invalidate any sort of bearish divergence to the upside, and we starting fresh. Let me see if there was anything in here I needed to. Nope, I don't see anything. A little bit of work to do over here on the 4 hour time frame, because I don't like the way that we're rising here. That typically leads into an issue. I mean, we started to do it over here as well, but we did manage to go a little bit higher. So that could be the case. We see a little bit of a rejection in here within this zone. Yeah, we may be approaching another rejection within this zone right here. If we break out of the top side of this channel, sure, if we come back inside of the channel, then we can talk about it. Right now, I say it's okay. Same thing here on the daily, which would just be a correction, because the RSI still remains structurally, it still looks nice. We're going to have bear divs along the way, simply because of how strong the move down was. I mean, like, this is a lot of selling. You have to fight back against all of this. It's going to be that way. But this looks like an ending diagonal. And that is what that looks like, an ending diagonal. And it's just onward and upwards from here. So I'm looking at here. That's the target. And that is where VWAP is sitting at. Grab those weekly looks amazing. Absolutely amazing. See, we got some dark green in here as well. Still haven't completely dominated the bears, and we know that because we haven't actually changed anything in here. We want to do that, which means getting above this high here, which goes with what I was saying to you. Let me see if I have it in here. Yeah, there it is. So there's a lot of confluence for this area right here, which is why I'm leaning so heavily on it. A few things may start to move around, such as, VWAP, but that would be the only thing that would move around, and that's fine because it would be turning up. But you do have VWAP in here right now. You have this weekly range in here as well, and this is the measured move from this range here that price is currently in, and that's coming from a 3-month chart. So you can see here this outside, I keep calling it outside, I don't know why I keep doing that, but you have this mother bar right here. So you have this mother candle here. You have this inside bar. So this is us currently. We're here, this green bar here. So this W formation is the pattern that's being created within the range, which is why we expect for price to break up and out of this range and come in here. So if you ever do inside bar trading, look at what your pattern is doing inside of your range, and then that gives you a good indication of whether you're going to be breaking the top or the bottom. It's not always that simple sometimes, but this W bottom here, I'm looking for the break to the upside, and then for it to obtain this measured move up here into that 891 to 946 for Aptos. APT. It's a lot easier for me to say than Aptos. Bitcoin just chopping, probably trying to flag a little bit. Sui has been struggling a little bit. Just a little bit up here in these highs. Chop, 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 chop. And again, this is a monthly level of resistance at the moment until we get above it and we manage to flip it into support. That is what that is. This is just the golden box 786. Golden box. Golden pocket 786 retracement box right here. But price is holding the macro band 1 here for VWAP. So that's cool. I don't like when the RSI pushes through like this. So that's a big no-no for me. I would not like to be a part of this. Doesn't mean that it doesn't work out. It's just not what I don't like that. So you can see how we chopping. RSI struggling just a little bit, but you do have a nice bull div. See that beautiful bullish divergence here? That is beautiful bullish divergence. So it likely will play to the upside here. Bulls are still very much in control of the situation. Just haven't got back above that previous day high just yet. It's definitely nice when you reclaim your previous day low. And again, some additional support in there. Your band 1. And this looks a lot like how Bitcoin looks right now with the daily time frame. There are a couple of cryptos that daily is looking to cool off a little bit, but nonetheless, it would simply just be a correction, like you're seeing right now, just a correction, and probably some rangy price action because the RSI still looks nice. And until something starts to look different for the RSI, yeah, that is where I lean. You're not even rising down here, so no sort of a squeeze, and I don't think that this is going to round trip in any way whatsoever, and that's what it would mean with this this low still sitting down here, and you a round trip. That's not going to happen. So we'll chop and range until we break or reset something. But daily looks fine for Sui. Do still have a cloud cover here on the 4-hour time frame, but you can see that it is, I mean, just on price action alone, just price action alone, reclaiming the previous daily low. this nice little indecision candle here, the ability to get in off of this point here where these lows at once price gets above there. I'm waiting for that candle closure on a lower time frame. This is fine. It'll just keep going. Ethereum. I have talked trash about it. I have. But I won't front on the TA for Ethereum. It did finally get above this golden pocket. That's a good thing. We're in a daily. I believe this is a daily zone here. Oh no. Yeah. This may be a daily level right in here. It's either a daily level or it doesn't have a lot of impact on the weekly time frame. But we're inside of this right now. This is the previous day high. Is this the previous day high? Yeah. So it is above the previous day high, and that is a plus above the previous day high coming into 786. I would go, I don't know why this isn't meeting this line up here, but I would definitely go with, hold on, let me fix this. I don't know why that was that way. Okay. I lean towards the 4,000. That would be my next target for it. You do have band one here. I mean, they're absolutely bullish. This is a macro band one here. So getting above, I'm sorry, two. Getting above two would be great. Hold on, I'm about to lose my mind because it's backwards. I'm sorry. It's backwards. Hold on, how much is it done? Is that three? All right, Ethereum's getting really extended. Band three here. That's a lot. That is a lot. But nonetheless, because I don't usually use VWAP or anything like that. It's not my thing. I'll be looking for 4,000 to get hit here on looking at Bitcoin. We're coming back down towards that 200 EMA on the 15-minute time frame. As long as we're holding there, and let me actually look back over here real quick. Okay, so that level that I was saying, the highs, we haven't quite tapped into the highs yet. Which again, that would be the most that we want to do is the highs. We don't want to lose the momentum line that we just got. We want to stay above that for bullishness. But we expected some sort of a rejection. I have to come back to Ethereum. We expected some sort of a rejection from here. Expected a rejection off of this. So we just range, we chop, give us a little bit of time to cool off over here, and then we go. That's what I was thinking too. All right, I'm watching it, and I will bring us back if need be. If need be. Let's see. I really would rather we hold here. It's not about what I want. Alright. So let me just do something a little bit different. I'll hide that. I'm just so more accustomed to like this. Alright, so still looking good in between standard deviation 1 and 2, which is absolutely awesome. And if price is to get a pullback, then I think we're pretty strong here on Ethereum at the moment. I mean, we are at some resistance in here, but we're pretty strong in here. So if Ethereum is to get a pullback, we really want to stay above the 20 here and not make a way back down here towards 1 and 2 of the Bollinger Band. So that's 33.7. That is still maintaining a higher position here. And let me just see. And see, that is exactly where the golden pocket is, 786 retracement. So don't really want to do any more than that here on the 1 hour time frame. If we do see some sort of a correction and a loss of standard deviation 1 here in the Bollinger. And that does bring price back below the previous day high. That's the only thing, but outside of that, pretty nice looking chart. And we can draw a trend line on this as well. All right, Ethereum. All right, costs. Let me zoom out on costs first. See what's happening. It must have been a momentum line. It is, and cost is still well above it. Dynamic cloud is starting to rise a little bit over here on cost. I don't understand why it wants to do that. This is a little bit different though. When we looked at some of the other altcoins, they all had a little slowdown in here. Cost already has 2 dark green bars in here so far, and some nice momentum coming through here. But this is a little bit of an issue as it does create bearish divergence. And right now there's a bear div between this high and this high over here. Not quite here on the RSI, but nonetheless, the RSI still looks really nice over here for costs. So as long as this doesn't continue to rise and start to put a cloud cover over price action, then cost is fine. It is flattening out just a little bit in here, and we are still, well, price hasn't actually lost any momentum just yet. So this is fine. I'll walk down. I have to take us back to Bitcoin. So a little bit of turbulence on your lower time frames, but as long as your daily continues to remain nice, and that's, I'm referring to the RSI, then costs will be okay. But I can see some of the issues, especially from the bear div, that would probably be a problem down here in the lower time frame. So everything here is hinting towards some sort of a corrective move back down. Do have this is the daily level right here. Getting really choppy in here. So yeah, lower time frames want to cool off a little bit. And hopefully that doesn't lead into anything major on that daily time frame. That rise in the cloud is a little bit concerning for me. And then when I go through the lower time frames, you see all of these little squeezes in here, little pockets of squeezes. So a lot of people hell bent on selling. Good Lord. When did the sentiment around costs get this bad? So potentially these lows in here, where you have the golden pocket at in the previous daily low, that could be a retracement area for costs. It does change market structure here on the 1 hour time frame. So just be a little bit cautious as these lower time frames, but they do want to give up the ghost on costs. Should have jumped on this back there. Did not. Go on back to 76 retracement support resistance level. I don't think I need this anymore. Since I don't have that many levels, I might as well hang on to it though. All right, so back testing the previous daily high right now. Virtual seriously only has like 3 levels. So virtual is coming back up. I would be looking for that 232 or potentially whatever the high was there for virtuals. Exaggerated bearish divergence here on the 1 hour time frame. I'm not seeing it here, but you do have it here on the RSI. So a little bit of exaggerated bullish, bearish divergence. You can see that we are attempting to get some sort of a cool off to come in here on the 1 hour time frame. Looks like it could round trip it back down here, potentially to the top side of the cloud. So that's 178. And if it starts to come into the cloud, then it starts to get dangerous. Starts to get dangerous. Bear div on the 4 hour as well. Bear div on the daily. Our size starting to look decent on the daily time frame though. Let me drop this for a sec. Trying to see what I have. This could be a rising channel. What's I looking at? This. Okay, so yeah, that played out. Yeah, this looks like it could be a rising channel. It's not a rising channel. It could be like a rising wedge of some sort. I'm just gonna go with this is closer to, yeah. I'm just gonna go with the channel here. So maybe price can make its way up here to the top side of this channel here, and also where this band one, multiplier one is sitting at here for rejection. Just got a ton of bearish divergence here on it. Doesn't mean that it can't invalidate the bear divs that it has, but across multiple time frames, it's just kind of icky for me. But nonetheless, daily is looking pretty nice here on the RSI. So it could just be something that, something minor. It could be very minor. I don't like the lower time frames though. So yeah, maybe it makes its way to the top side of this channel, gets a little bit of a rejection, a corrective move, and then continues up higher based on the daily time frame. But I'm just not feeling the lower time frames for virtual. But that's neither here nor there. It's literally, yeah, three levels. Three levels for virtual. Weekly still looks decent. Yeah, weekly still looks decent. I would just be looking back in here at some point, back to 232, and potentially this wick here for virtuals on a weekly time frame. Still want to get out of this light color here on the weekly time frame. So I really need to see some strength come in. And that may not happen until the lower time frames get a bit of a correction. I don't think I can really look at it. I don't think I have much I can look at in here. That's a hold of the 20 SMA. I don't really care to have that on. Turn that off. So tap dancing against standard deviation 1 here on the weekly. find something that I can agree with. Jack out of that. I don't think I get any reads off of this, and I don't. Mhm. Just trying to find a reason for this. And I don't really have one. What was that? Okay, it's a very critical low here, that's for sure. I didn't even worry about the top band. So that basically sums it up. I don't know if I need to move this or not. It just needs to maintain this trend line right here. And Happy Days doesn't maintain this trend line here. And then we start to roll over. I mean, it could just catch VWAP again because it seems to have some pretty good support down here. I expect some sort of a rejection and correction on the lower time frames for virtuals. Sorry guys, let me get a sec here. That could be one to look for a long entry on if it gives it. Missed the first one, missed the golden pocket opportunity, so I stopped paying attention to it. Um, just making sure Biddy doesn't lose this momentum line. This is what I really wanted to see it hold, but this is just it right here. Like this is the it. We need to hold this momentum line right here for a continuation up, and I think that may have been close. 18506. Close. Want to hold that. Maybe by the time this hourly candle closes, I mean, we still look pretty nice over here. This is just a squeeze here on the 1 hour time frame. And you can see the way we look jumbled up with the moving averages in there. That's also considered to be a squeeze. So I don't, sometimes, I mean, I'd rather see it in a numerical formation, but when I see it like this too, I also understand that this is a squeeze. It's considered to be a little bit of indecision. So we chop until we get that explosive move out, which for this 1 hour time frame, I would expect the price to get a breakout. Let me see if we have anything over here. Nothing over here. Rejection at the 20 SMA here as well. Okay. So we just hold this range. I don't expect us to come back down here. don't expect for that to happen, or at least we should not be putting in a low. Market makers so far are holding the lows. So now we have lower low and lower and higher higher low and higher high now here on the 15-minute time frame. I say we don't break that low. Do this like this. Really shouldn't tap back into this. We really shouldn't. But if they're not taking the low, then this is still a good. When you entered in over here, that was still a good entry. So market maker isn't taking lows, and I would just look for this to continue onwards and upwards. At least into this box up here. I'm still waiting on. Let me check. Still have a lot of limit long orders sitting in the market. My sliders over right here, just in case. I'm just looking at these lows down here. They're not equal lows, but there are some limit orders sitting down here. So we could also look for a liquidity grab. Just based on the fact that more longs are entering the market. Let's see that again. So you have the option of doing the aggressive entry, which would be exactly how it is now. This would be the aggressive entry. Conservative entry would be to wait for a break and retest. That would be more conservative. And some people like to wait for 2 taps. Just in case it is a thing to come for the liquidity here within these lows here. Or at least this low. Which, I mean, if it does that, then it might as well take out the rest of the lows down here. what it looks like. Could potentially. I don't know if I would call this a head and shoulder. Oof. Below the dynamic cloud, making an attempt to rise back above it. We're looking pretty decent down here though. Just the alligator, not alligator mouth, but squeeze here. So yeah. Alright, we'll go with that. Alright, so while that makes an attempt to play out there on Bitcoin, say continues to skyrocket. It looks pretty nice. All right, so nice reclaim of the previous day low there. Switch this up. Put this to the top. Say is that VWAP. So a little bit of a VWAP rejection here on the daily time frame. I don't know why I went this route with that. Had to have a good reason. Okay, I see why. Which it did fall back into this little pattern here. Did a back test and tried to bounce. Hit VWAP data rejection. This doesn't have any structure to it right here. But nice bullish divergence here. Same way Sui was looking. I'm going to delete. I'm going to delete this one. I'll keep the lower one in here. So that could be a nice pullback into golden pocket 786 and this lower trend line here, or say if it continues to chop in here, it will make that move down. So we'll just see if we can get that here for, did I draw this wrong? I did. Nonetheless, golden pocket 786 trend line here per se, and it would still, be making higher lows. So if we can get that move down, then that'll be nice. 4 hour. Bear div. 4 hour bear div, but then you do still have the bullish divergence here as well. I don't think I have. What was that? What happened? So no bear div here. It does look like give me just a minute. Let me check something. Could be what that is. Just drop it on here and see. That's what it's giving. Yeah, I would just look for a golden pocket 786 retracement potentially here for say After hitting that VWAP and getting that VWAP rejection, having the bearish divergence here on the time frame, not showing here on this indicator, but definitely showing on the RSI. And despite the bull div underneath, I get it, but I don't see any actual structure here to go off of. Not even, I mean, there are no swings in here just yet to really plot like a pivot. There was only these two swings in here at the top, but no swings here around this nose. So still deep in the green, but you can see how the price is trying to squeeze and break down, but we're just actually climbing a little bit higher in the process. So I'm looking for a correction down on, say, if the golden pocket 786 doesn't hold and this scale starts to break out of the bottom side here, we could see, say, coming back down here into this box here. So that's 29 to 27 per se, which would change a little bit of structure here on the 4-hour time frame. So I'm not going to say that that is the top at VWAP, but could be pending a better correction here per se. The daily looks like every other daily time frame, with the exception of the bear div here. These highs here on the daily time frame, 4-hour time frame. And did we have it on the 1-hour time frame as well? No, just the bullish divergence down here on the 1-hour time frame. Still very much in the green again, still very much in the green here, but it's showing just a little bit of lack here. You see how we got these lighter bars here, same way we started to get them over here with this cover right here. So we can be looking for a correction, especially with the bear dips in here. So I'd be looking for say to come down. This is a conservative target here. Somewhere within this box seems more doable for say. So we'll just watch for that. Tia. I don't even want to look at Tia. I'm sorry. I think that's where I stopped. Go Aerodrome. Had a bear dip on some time frame. I'm not sure what it was. Oh, that was this one. And then that's already played out, whatever it was. That's done. You can delete that. Multiple E's here at the top. Purple E's. I don't see a bear dip or anything like that. I'm gonna change that. Yeah, this is based on a weekly time frame, and then I zoom out. So do not be distracted by all of that. I'm trying to see what the best suit for this is going to be. I'll just go with the low down here. So a little bit of a cloud cover here on the 1-hour time frame. This turns up, it will be a bounce, but right now it is in a corrective stage here on the 1-hour. Let me just go through and see if I see anything significant anywhere. Not really. It's a nice scoop right there. Let me take this out of the way. Other than being overextended a little bit, I don't really see anything that's concerning for Aerodrome. I don't see anything concerning at all. Just a little overextended, and see a little bit of a correction from that, but otherwise, yeah, looks fine. Could be putting on a inside bar here, so we'll watch for that. I mean, this is from a daily time frame or either the 12 hours, so you can take it from the 12. No, not from the 12. You can take it from the 12 from here. But I'm gonna stick with the daily for this. So daily closure, and we're still within this range here, and we'll see what sort of a pattern we're putting on in here for potential breakout. But I mean, Aerodrome looks pretty decent. This indicates consolidation here. Today looks nice. Yeah, don't really see anything. Resistance to be somewhere between it's 103 and 106. I mean, right now we are getting a little bit of a rejection in this pocket here, but since that, do I have this in here some other sort of way? I do. Those are swing points. Okay, this is way better. So a little bit of a rejection here underneath the weekly average range. Next range for Aerodrome to get to would be somewhere between 134 and 143, and based on the weekly, you 143. Just somewhere in here. Let's say 143. And then if we don't see a reaction within here at 143, then I mean, it could go much higher. The time frame looks nice for Aerodrome. I don't see anything to complain about with Aerodrome. I think the chart looks pretty good. I'm trying to find something. I don't really see anything. See anything big with bearish divergence either. I mean, everybody's looking for a cool off on the 4 hour up to the daily time frame so far, and it's just a little bit overextended. So that's the only thing I would say. It's a little bit overextended, potentially some sort of a correction based on that. Aside from that, really, I don't see anything. Nothing at all. Do want to maintain these highs, so any sort of a pullback, you want to stop out somewhere between the previous daily low here and with this momentum line here with band 1. So let's say around 84 cents. They can maintain somewhere within that range. I think that'd be great. As long as it's not taking out these lows, this low here, then it's fine. So par price has been respected here on the 4 hour, the 26 and the 60 EMA. See if there's anything to that. Yeah. So potentially a cool off back here into the golden pocket 786. Let me just check in on Bitcoin real quick. I will look for that for airdrome, but definitely a continuation up. It looks pretty nice. AVAX is looking good. I looked at this on the weekly before already, and I think it's a good looking chart. I heard somebody talking about it yesterday. And their opinion was completely opposite of mine. But I think AVAX looks pretty nice. There were some additional ranges down here. I just didn't add them into the chart because I'm not looking for price to go back down there. And that is how I feel about AVAX right now. AVAX was one of the first altcoins that I bought a few years back. It was my biggest winner. And I tell you what I did. Poor me. And I mean that, poor me. I got my stimulus check from the government and I put all of that on AVAX. All of it. Took the whole thing, I slapped it on AVAX, and AVAX ran up. The way Solana looks now, that's the kind of move that AVAX gave. That was my biggest winner. I turned that little $500 check into $10,000. So I've always had a lot of respect for AVAX ever since that. And then I took that 10 and put it on Terra Luna, and it was gone. That was crazy. I was so proud of myself too. I wasn't into technicals or anything like that, to be honest. I didn't really care too much about that. It was just, I just simply look at a chart and be like, I like that one. It'd be something about it, like spiritually, that I gravitated towards. I took that little 500, put it on AVAX, turned to 10,000, took the 10, put it on Luna, and it was gone.
Damn DuPont.
And the crazy thing is, I saw it slipping away. I saw all of my money disappearing, and I'm like, I'm gonna buy the dip on Terra Luna. so then I tried to add on, and I just lost my money. I can laugh about it now, but it was devastating then. I can most certainly laugh about it now. But I think AVAX looks pretty nice. I like the double bottom formation here. I like the descending channel that we got the break up from. I also happen to like, let's see, this is my go-to. I also happen to like how we're looking right in here, and I've mentioned this before. We're above the 50, and being above the 50 is always a nice thing. I'm not the biggest fan of where these two are sitting at. So if you're looking at Bitcoin, we were just looking at Bitcoin, how it's not in a numerical fashion. So I don't like this right here. I don't like these two. So I like to see that change. So maybe we can still push up through this 100 here and close above this pivot here, and then get another little small correction in here and then go. But I like it for what I'm seeing. And I show you here. So you get above the 50 here. If I take these two away, let me just take them away so we can just focus on this. So you're above the 50 and these, and then it goes up. So I don't like the way it started. See, the way it started from here, it didn't start properly. It should have been more wedged in like it is here. And then you get a nice pump wedged in like this, and you get a nice pump. And see, it's not wedged in right here. It's really kind of boxy right here. So I don't like that. That I don't like. But aside from that, I think AVAX is a pretty nice looking chart. Go out here on the monthly time frame and see what we have going on here on the monthly. So we haven't started to curve up here on the monthly just yet, and that's fine. Again, like I said, and see you have your 50 sitting right here, which is just starting to print because the chart isn't old enough. But price can actually come up and get a closure above this wick right here. Nice, 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 nice selling for AVAX. So overall, I think the chart looks fine. And I think we're in a space right now where we will see some bigger pops on altcoins. And for AVAX, and we'll have some turbulence along the way, but I will be looking somewhere between this 45 and this 56 there. And I'm going to end it right there. I mean, we can take out this at some point, I'm sure of it. In a strong bullish environment, but for now, 45 to 56 is what I'm leaning towards for AVAX. Let me put those back on. Turn this off. Let's see what the EMAs are looking like. Yeah, so right now everything is pointing towards this peak right here, and around this 27. I need to put these numbers in here to 29, 57. That's what we're looking at for AVAX in the immediate. So that's the short term. Short term here, mid term here, long term here. You have time to wait. You can wait for price action to come up, get a closure above here, and get some sort of correction. And since this was more so a support zone, price can push up here into this and then come back down into here. So we could be looking at something like we're going from this bottom up to here, come back to here, and then we shoot up to either here or here. So it can do that. And this is probably a 3-month thing over here too. It's the same thing that I've seen with APT. So we have this outside bar, mother bar here. Let me see on the monthly time frame if there's anything that I didn't see. No, there's nothing that I can say I missed. And you gotta love these wicks. You got to love these wicks down here on the bottom. I mean, like you have it a little bit here on the top side too, but you have to love this. You have to. That's a reversal signal. Let me just look out here. Yeah, nice looking chart. Apex. In my humble opinion. Looks like every other altcoin in terms of the daily time frame looking for a correction. 12-hour will be looking for some sort of a correction. Did a little bit of a move right in here. Let's look, let's see, 7% correction there, which wasn't so shabby. But RSI looks nice and strong here. Just a correction phase there. And of course, all across here. Squeezing a lot more here on the 4-hour time frame. And then you can see we're popping out multiple momentum candles, momentum lines here. Small cloud cover, but it is in a squeeze. Doesn't mean that this can't turn up and then just push further up, because it can. You see how it did over here? It can do that. So nothing has been actually validated over here. A little bit of a bear did in here on the 1-hour time frame. So we'll let this play. See if we get a break below here. Which I prefer not to see. This is our 15-minute correcting. And it already had put out a little momentum line there. That price is being bombing around there. For AVAX. And I said to hold this low here. Holding this low right here just maintains the structure. That is what that is about. This did work out a few times in here, so we'll look towards this golden pocket as a retracement here. First, so So support, a little bit of resistance, and you can see how it came into it 2 other times right there. Could make it a little bit weaker since it has held a few times, but that would be the first place to look at. Yeah. See if we can hold those times if we do get this correction over here on AVAX. Just taking a look back over here at Bitcoin for this aggressive entry. It looked like selling pressure is about to increase on it though. That's what it looks like. If this turns up now, it'll turn up in favor of shorts. And so then this liquidity here would likely be on the table. There is limit loans set up for here. Don't really see too much more other than that. You got some limit loans that are coming in exactly where price is now, where we're getting this little reaction at. Have some limit loans coming in there. But as you know, more buyers can lead to selling pressure. So we should just be sitting on that. Let me just check this out again. I think that was still turned. I mean, this is really do or die right here. It really is do or die. I mean, really, there's no purpose in sitting here staring at it. If it doesn't hold here, then it'll likely come down for this liquidity here, which is at these lows here. And this is just banking on the fact that market makers are creating these higher lows in here, that they haven't taken it just yet. But um, like I said, if this turns up now, like it's already turned up. It was already light green throughout here. It already dropped from that high band there. And we're basically just trying to hold the support level here on the RSI. We're piercing it a little bit, which is where that white is coming in at. And that standard deviation 1 on the Bollinger. Yeah, this all points towards the aggressive entry not being the best option. But it's close enough to this entry that if you're in this, you can always cut it and you can wait for the conservative entry, which would be a reclaim back above the level, right? So you don't have to hold this and say, I usually stop at 20. I've gotten a little bit more aggressive with the stop loss, but I usually only stop at 20. 20 is what I usually do for the stop loss. Sometimes 10, it just depends. XRP just got a purple E as it did just break through target 2 and it's onward and upwards towards where their multiplier 2 for VWAP is located, and that target 3 around 342. 342 to 3, we just say 350. One hour is hinting at a cool off on XRP. So if it makes it there, it's definitely going to get that cool off. It has a cloud cover already on this 1 hour time frame. Just share this real quick as I'm saying it. So some sort of a cool off is going to come into play. Very strong green, like I don't see, gray is really like a non-existent color in here right now, but it is starting to squeeze pretty tight in here. You are starting to get a cloud cover as you did get a fast signal in here, which means that price action is more than likely starting to diverge a little bit. Get some bearish divergence if it continues to push up into this next target here, and also again where multiplier 2 is this 2. Yeah, multiplier 2 is located at. So just be aware of that, which just be a simple correction as it is getting very overextended. I would be cautious about trying to short any alts at this point and just look for long entries on alts. You know, that's basically all I've been doing. Just have your bias. Have your bias. If your bias is short, I mean, you may be able to do that, but my bias is long, so I'm only looking for long entries. Let me look at Ethereum and see. Nah, it's still in there. XRP is killing it. Go back over here to Biddy because it did. I'm still trying to hold this little range in here. Still trying to hold it, but losing the losing the RSI support here on this time frame. Losing the RSI support here on the 1 hour time frame. There has been a lot of wallet transfer, wallet Bitcoin being transferred to exchanges. Who would be? I don't think it's because of the big rotation. I don't think it's that. I don't think that the crypto space operates like that anymore. And I don't think that altcoin season is altcoin season anymore, in the sense that you have all of these altcoins rallying. Because you have certain ones that are going to be a part of the ETF. So that changed the dynamics of reading Total 2, Total 3. It just changed the dynamics of it a lot. It's really about choices at this point. What altcoins you choose to be a part of, that's going to make all the difference. So your XRP, Solana, those are going to be two. They're just not, I mean, and your Ethereum, of course. Those three, their behavior will be a lot different from, the rest of the altcoins. And then Bitcoin will always be a thing. There won't be this big rotation, in my opinion, from Bitcoin into altcoins. I don't think you'll have that big rotation because Bitcoin is what the big institutions are looking at. So institutional money is looking at Bitcoin. It's not necessarily looking at these altcoins that way, and potentially Ethereum. But yeah, it's not going to be the same. So I wouldn't expect that. But nonetheless, Total 2 looks really nice, but you don't know who's really carrying Total 2 right now. I mean, the last time it was Solana. I was looking at Solana dominance the other day, and it looks like it could be heading for a break. I also looked at Ethereum versus Bitcoin. I had mapped that out yesterday, but I just don't think that it's the same behavior. Yeah, and see, total. What is this line in here for? What's going on here? While Bitcoin is doing Bitcoin things over here. Let's come back over here. All right, so Total 2, right? You can see this bear did here on Total 2 here on the 1 hour time frame. And then you can see how we're starting to converge here for some sort of a, and then usually this one doesn't give you bearish signals. I mean, bearish divergence or bullish divergence. Every now and then you'll catch it, but it typically doesn't. But you can definitely go off of the RSI and see this bear div in here on the 1 hour and how most of the altcoins are suggesting that there's going to be some sort of a cool off here on the 1 hour time frame. And then the 4 hour is starting to squeeze, so we will see some sort of cool off. But who's actually driving the market right now? It could just be Ethereum and XRP, to tell you the truth. I mean, yeah, Ethereum and XRP. Last time it was Solana. Solana and a ton of meme coins. And I'm just gonna skip through here. Definitely we're gonna get a cool off. Definitely gonna get a cool off. But nonetheless, this is a nice looking chart. When you look at this weekly, it is a nice looking chart. That's why I keep saying, like, we're at the phase right now with Total 2 where you get the bigger swing, the bigger move. Just like over here. And why am I missing one? Oh, I know why I'm missing one because I changed. It must have got plotted on here and I changed it. Okay. Change this. I did myself no favors by doing that. Dang it. Tell you what. This is what it's based off of. Yep. here. Trying to make sure I didn't need to have that in here over one bar. I may need to be pushed over one, but again, that's just the phase that we're at right now, where you start to get the bigger move. You know, you go green, you pop out of your squeeze, and you just start to ride this band all the way up. Green, ride this band all the way up, and we're at green right now. But we were actually slightly green over. We were green here until we got that little bit of a rejection. But this is where the squeeze push took place at. And then there's the same thing with the QTD that I just took off of the chart, where you see this momentum line at right here. It would have read the exact same way. So that's where your aggressive move comes in. Your aggressive move comes in, and this is, you see this white line breaking above this red top side here. That's where you're supposed to see. This got a cloud drop. This is why it looks a little bit different, and that's really bullish. And over here, the breakout with the squeeze, and then the breakout right here. So this is just that point. I don't know what anybody else was reading. And I had a box over here too. So I'm just gonna copy. Is this locked? It's not locked. It just won't let me do it. Okay, that's fine. Don't give me a hard time. Then you can see your RSI flips with that purple, along with everything else you're seeing, along with that squeeze. And the squeeze is not as tight as it was in the past. Like it was much tighter here. It was tighter here than it was over here, than it is over here right now. And you can continue and go back and look at where the change happened previously back here. Like this was like the tightest, most explosive move over here. All back through here. Purple and on and up. So that is what I like to see. Purple, 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 purple. So I think we are at a space where we'll see altcoins move a lot stronger, a lot stronger. The short squeeze started right in here. You can see, started right in here. And then this one started right in here. And then this one has just been going on for a minute. And people couldn't really see it. But that short squeeze started all back through here where you see all of this gray. That is where that short squeeze started at. And we've been doing good. It just doesn't seem like it. This broadening formation here. So I think that we're definitely on a path of getting some nice explosive moves out of these altcoins. The ones that make sense. Not all of them are going to prevail. So just bear that in mind. And it's a good time to revamp your portfolio. If you're in something and you've had it for years and it's just been doing absolutely nothing, put your money somewhere where you can make it back. Put it into something where you can make your money back. Don't continue to hold on to something that you're not making profits on. You've been holding it for that many years and all you've been doing is losing. Change things. And always take profit. Like when you, whatever you initially put in, always take out your initial profit. You get to 100% return, take out your initial profit and just let the rest of it work for you. This isn't going to be good. This is not going to be good. Past here is a no-no. Let me just zoom out, see something. There's no sense in doing all of that. Again, if you took a aggressive entry, I would cut it and I would just wait. I'm gonna leave it like it is, because I always do that. We just have way too many loans in the market right now. USDT dominance, weekly time frame. Mm, Could be looking to continue down. Let's see. And I will say on the weekly time frame, the scale doesn't tend to deviate far from the dynamic cloud. So that is the only thing I see right now that would give me some pause. Is that right now is close to the bottom. So if it was to turn up, then it will be rotation from crypto, well, from altcoins, I guess, or from Bitcoin into USDT. And I think the VIX is at a place where the VIX is probably going to pop. And I said that yesterday. I think the VIX is at a place where um, it's going to spike up. All of these little red candles coming down. One speck of green. Low, 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 no high. Low, low, low. We either get one aggressive candle down or this is fading. Those are the only two options because these candles are getting smaller in size. I don't do that anymore though, but yeah, because you never know. You get a surprise candle like this one. Yeah, it really looks like the VIX is preparing for a spike. And I don't typically look at the VIX, but yesterday I looked at it and I was on live and I'm like, okay, it looks like it's gonna spike. I think it's at a place where it will. Speaking of VIX, let me take a look at pre-market. Actually, I'm gonna look at it from here. This is for crypto. Put this back on the line. It's Bitcoin is slipping. I apologize. Someone asked about that, but the Coin King didn't. He didn't. He didn't update me and let me know that because I'm running my mouth and I'm not looking at anything there. V Train at. Let me just do that right now. Finance. I used to look at this all the time. It looks like everything else. Give me just a minute. I don't have anything backed on it. And I would like to do that first. As quickly as possible. Just narrowing it down to the first few levels. I think. So on B chain basically looks like everything else in the market right now. You did get a double bottom. You have a nice accumulation zone right here that has been well respected across here. Low around 1 cent, high at 2. It is a 3 month range that we're looking at here, just like everything else. You're at the midpoint right now, so basically you're at the 50% retracement here for this range, and then you have your golden pocket 786 sitting about right in here. Do have resistance in here, so price can come up. You may see a little bit of a rejection in here. Maybe you can take out this high first. And if you do get the closure above this high, then you have your first target, which is going to be here at the top side of the range around 5 cents. And then if you can do a target 2, then you'll be looking somewhere up in here. And I would say about 77 cents, 7 cents here. But right now, you're just tapping into that 50% retracement level here from this three month range here, where you have your mother bar. You have your mother bar here. Sorry, it's 3 months, almost 6. You have your mother bar here, and then you have this inside candle sitting right in here. Still continuing to respect the lows, so that's a good thing. So higher low here. Let's see. Let me see here. Never seen this look like that before, but that's nothing. Okay, on the monthly, RSI is looking to get a breakup here on the monthly time frame, so that's nice. Hasn't happened yet, but once that confirms, you did get a fast break here, which is positive. So you got your fast signal here right off of this low of this red candle right here. That's a plus. And let me just drop. Let me do it like from here so it doesn't get deleted. So you did get a fast signal cross up here on your RSI right here. So a little ways to go before you even break the 50% range here on the monthly time frame. That's going to give some added confluence to how much price will be able to move here for V chain to the upside. And haven't been in the bullish control zone now for a few years. For a few years. The last time you were above this blue was in October 2024. So that could be your resistance point there for at the top of that range. That could be your resistance point there. And that's what it looks like it's calculating up to be the resistance point right in here for that range. Looks nice on the RSI here on the weekly time frame. You get above this yellow here, and then you can see how you start to get some nice moves. So you get above the yellow, and you just remain above it. You start to get some nice moves. So you're close to reaching that pinnacle there here. That's a double bottom on the RSI as well, with the bull div. A little bit exaggerated, but nonetheless, it is there. Nice dark green here. Needs to see a little bit more momentum. But overall, I would say V chain looks really nice. It looks like everything else. And again, you're at the midpoint here. Expect some resistance through here, as you do have the golden pocket coming into reach, which is going to be, I think it was the low of this box here. Sorry. So it's the lower side of the first range you come into after leaving this one. So this first range you come into here, bearish order block will be here, and it's pretty large looking at it from that point. And I think all of your resistance sits in between the golden pocket and the 786. And you see, somewhere right in here, yeah. But definitely looks pretty nice. It looks pretty nice. Like you really have not been back above this 50 since back here. Not been above it since back here. And this was October. And then you were above it again here. Is October like a good month or something? All right then. I guess October is like a really nice month for the start of that. I want to check back in on this. So I just want to put a marker over here. I'll just give it, yeah, here. So I'm gonna watch that. And because I dropped this on the monthly, it's never gonna line up perfectly. Because the monthly can, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna be watching that. But this is really nice. So first time back above this red. This has never been a hindrance apparently. It has broken through it before here. But I don't like when I see that. I'm not a fan favorite of that. You really want to see that slope down with everything else or be underneath the lows. So hopefully it's not going to do something like this. I don't see that in the cards, at least not for now. Just going to stretch it back out so I can see. And you are going to get a little bit of bearish divergence on that first attempt too, simply because of how quickly price got to move down and how slow price is starting to move up right now. So do expect that for VET, but nonetheless, like I said, you got some green in here. You look nice on your RSI. You're getting ready to cross above your yellow signal line here. Possibly see a rejection through here at your golden pocket 786 retracement level. But if you do manage to break here, then the first level I would be looking at in the short is going to be here. I would go with target 1 to the upside here at 5 cents, and then more of a long term, I'd be looking here around 7 cents for that. But it looks like it's in a position to do that again. Have not been above that 50 in forever, and you can see how price reacts anytime you get above the 50. So that's a win-win for VeChain. In the event that something like, you know, like what happened over here were to happen, then I would just be looking back down inside of this area right here for the accumulation. And then you should be onwards and upwards. You had a lot of respect for this level here. A great deal of respect. This is your micro accumulation zone. And again, I like the higher lows on the monthly time frame. That's nice. Even when you did wick down here, you didn't close below this low. Very close to doing it, but you didn't close below it. You just wicked down below it. So last time you got a double bottom right here. Let me see how that played out. Let me see where this came from. Actually, just use this. I don't know if I should count this wick, which I'm not going to count it. Because in a range, I got this backwards, so let me just switch that around. See how well you played out the measured move. Did pretty good with playing out the measure move there. So I wouldn't expect anything different coming from this side over here with this smaller double bottom over here. So short term, mid term, long term. But when it gets going, it gets going. So I like it. I like where it's heading. Be a really good investment. So I'll be sure to check back in on this one for you. That should be a chain. Right. So we're taking out that low here on Bitcoin. I taking the liquidity. Below this zone right here again, it's gonna get bearish below here. 1 hour can take some time to finish playing this out, but definitely gets bearish as we move outside of this box here. It's no man's land. So I wouldn't look to touch this anymore. Even if it does do a reclaim, I just wouldn't touch it right now. Not until something different shows up on the 1 hour time frame. We are still trailing down here on the MACD. It's curving up and front running signals. I get it. Starting to look nice enough with this squeeze in here. And we were respecting the lows, but that's neither here nor there. Limit orders were set for this here. Just didn't work. And that is that. So aggressive entries don't always be the best. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this now. Actually, you know what? I'll come back and talk about it tomorrow. I'll hide it. And we'll wait for the 1 hour to shape up before we start to look for anything else. Because I don't know how we're going to do now. We're back down here. Not good. Not good. We'll wait until we start to see some swings in here too, because right now it's just candle after candle after candle after candle after candle after candle down, and we don't actually have any swings in here. I just want to take a look back over here at XRP because we were talking about these double E with the purple E's coming in over here around this target too right here, with the potential for the cool off to take place over here. RSI still looks nice at this moment. RSI still looks nice. Probably more than likely just a little bit of a cool off. I'm still putting in the bear dips over here on the 4-hour time frame. 4-hour looks like it's gearing up for a cool off as well. Don't really know how much it's going to give just yet, if it starts to give here at all. But do have the rejection. I've seen a little bit of the rejection. In the event that this RSI turns down and starts to break, like I said, this looks like consolidation in my opinion. How the blue is remaining underneath the yellow. But if this starts to turn down and this starts to flick into this yellow, then it could be in, something like that, a candle like that. Some sort of acceleration could take place over here on XRP. Don't want to get ahead of myself on it. But potential cool off could be on the horizon for the 4-hour as well. That's what we've seen so far here with the 1-hour time frame. Across the board, as we did look at total 2, and we can see total 2 had the bear dip at the high on the 1-hour time frame, as many other altcoins do also have that bearish divergence on the 1-hour, looking for that cool off. Nothing so much here, not from this indicator, but definitely from the RSI. Theta. Objective. I don't need to go through all of these, just your main ones. So XRP, so H bar. Looking better. So I can't really say too much about that one. SUI. Ethereum. Bear dip. No momentum lost yet. That's the momentum trend line here for price action is all the way down here. So we can see the cross here or the rejection down below here on these loans. Look at Biddy. What's this here for? That was yesterday's momentum break. This is simply a long squeeze. This is generally bullish. See how we have this nice green candle right here, and 1, 2, 3 down. I mean, we did break it here, but that's generally bullish for reversal back up. It is what it is. One hour 200 is here. Take a look back at the 4 hour. That's irrelevant now. Drop that. I'm going to drop this too for now. Look back at that later. So make our way down here to this previous daily low. Hopefully we're not breaking that. I mean, we're already at bad territory right now. have to put this back on just so I can see something I'm probably missing. I mean, I know the Golden Pocket 786 is somewhere around in here. It's not exactly to this box right here. This is based on average. This box is, all of these boxes are based on average. The same way you would calculate a VWAP. But I really don't think we're any good if we're outside of this box. I'll put it on here anyway, just in case something comes from it. But so we have a lot more liquidity sitting down around 117. 16.9. So that's down here at the low of this box, which means this liquidity here, which means we can potentially be looking at this 786 right here. Not too much happening below that as far as I can see. Um, so maybe a break and reclaim of the previous day low. As long as we're holding this 200 for the 1 hour, potentially just a break of the previous daily low and then a reclaim of the previous daily low. But we'll see how things look at that point with the 1 hour time frame. Let's see if there's still a ton of longs entering the market at that point, or more shorts are looking to pile in. It just looks like chop in my opinion. It's a nice candle wick. We got nice candle wicks in here too. And I just think that the 1 hour has more to give. Again, this just looks like people thinking that this liquidity sweep right here will give a reversal to the market. I don't see it just yet. I think the 1 hour again has more room to the downside, and we've lost. Not haven't exactly lost this box just yet. We're wicking off of it, but below here just doesn't look good until the market actually gives some sort of a confirmation. So no, heck no. That's a huge no. I would like to see a pivot for the 15-minute time frame. Some sort of a small pivot in here. Because right now it's just candle after candle after candle down. I'm gonna go ahead and delete. Keep those last two. Let's see, then I can watch this on a. Just see something. So when we're getting the higher lows, we're bouncing off of the point of control for the range down below it. And the value area low is right here where the 200 EMA is for the 1 hour. Uh, all right, I think Bitcoin could potentially come lower based on the 1 hour time frame. It's trying to push back up above this point of control, and I can see the squeeze coming in right here, but I'm not feeling it. This could just be our pivot for the 15-minute time frame, but still a long squeeze. It's still a long squeeze that happened down through here with all of these little candles pushing through. Mm. This is going to forever haunt me. And I want you to know that. This is going to forever haunt me. We're getting the higher lows. We broke above here and got a higher high from here. We got the rising three method pattern right here, candlestick pattern. So it really looked nice. I mean, I know stuff doesn't always work out, and it just doesn't. It just doesn't always work out. Long squeeze. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay. much Bitcoin is being messy right now. Not touching that. I don't need to. I'm not looking for. Yeah, I'm not touching that. It can blast to the heavens right now, and I wouldn't care. It's a nice engulfing our outside bar here. It's a nice outside bar with the continuation off the top. But mm-mm. So at this point, we need to be back above. I'm doing better. I'm just gonna move this up. We need to be back above here. At this point, See something. All right, 5 minutes on this 1 hour candle close right here. I am going to stay on today. Usually I've been ending around 10. I'm going to stay on today. I have to give something. I have to give something wonderful. I've given nothing wonderful today so far. So, all right. So while Bitcoin is doing Bitcoin things, I do need to get into pre-market because we're close to market open here. So I'm just going to jump over here and cover that real quick. All right, so back over here on EXE, I'm just going to repeat myself and cover this. Somebody may not have been here. Was looking for the break of this trend line right here, along with the bull dip that we had down here. And eventually we did finally get that move up here on EXE. Pre-market right now, 108.31, back into the trend line that we needed to hold as support initially. It's now acting as a little bit of resistance at the moment. It looks like we're putting in some sort of a symmetrical triangle right here in this space here. RSI has a cloud cover, but we're turning up green here right now. So if this was to turn up at this moment, then it would be green. It would drive prices up. Now, I do like the way the dynamic cloud is dropping. That's one thing we haven't seen from EXE just yet is the cloud drop and price action be able to move up above this. I'm so sorry. I clicked on something and that is causing me the blackout on the screen right now, but just give it a second and it will be back up. Okay. Slow, 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 slow. Come on, Bitcoin. I don't know if it's the streaming platform that I use or if it's TradingView every now and then that does this. I am not sure. But let me just turn off whatever else I turned on just to clear things up. It may happen again, and I do apologize. Every now and then it just wants to do that. Um, so yeah, some sort of a symmetrical triangle in here, cloud drop in here. Haven't had that in a minute. But I would love to see price be able to push up and above the top side of the cloud. So that's the 1 hour time frame. Let me jump through to the 4 hour time frame. You have a cloud trying to run away, but in the stock market, it doesn't seem to be a real bearish thing. So far, it hasn't been per se. Um, so I just have to see how that goes. Still in the bearish control zone here, even though we got the short squeeze here, and we did get this push back up above the RSI. Another cloud cover here on the 4 hour time frame, and then on the daily, we're just now starting to cross above the blue signal line. Still not where we want to be here, totally. But just this is something that I'm investing in, so I'm just going to give this a little bit of time to see what it does. But again, pre-market 108, we move forward and walk backwards on Tempest. Tempest is getting the cloud drop here on the daily time frame, which could, if price gets above it and pushes through, this could be a nice little move for Tempest. Right now, 61.40. It is Thursday, and we just have to see how things go with it being Thursday too. Seems like we got to reclaim here this momentum line here. the critical level that I've been hollering about is 58.31. So could get a cool off here on the selling pressure at this point. Right now it is holding. My biggest fear was that Tempest was going to get the drop back down here somewhere around this lower box here, or potentially just a little bit underneath it, since that seems to be the range for it. You know, the top to the low, top to the low, top to the low. So I'm still holding Tempest. So everything up above this section is things that I'm already invested in. So that's the daily time frame there for Tempest. This could be good here. I don't generally like when we have such a large spread between the yellow and the blue, but nonetheless, it is a squeeze, and thus far, it is looking pretty decent here on the 4-hour time frame. 1-hour time frame, a little bit of a cloud cover there. Still hanging here. I do think that VIX is going to get a spike. I just believe honestly that VIX is about to get a spike. If it's not tomorrow, if it's not today, tomorrow, then it's next week. But I see a spike coming in for the VIX. So we could see some selling pressure along many, you know, a lot of these. But right now, 661.44 for Tempest. And of course, I would be looking for Tempest to come back up here because that's basically what it's been doing, right? Sound, pre-market 1191. Sound is a long-term play for me. So I can just actually zoom out on Sound right now. So we're trying to make our way into this dynamic cloud. There's not a lot of history here on it, but this is what I'm saying when I say drop and price gets acceptance above it. That's where you get these really nice moves at. Right now, it's consolidation here, but I like the way the RSI looks here. We could get a rejection in here, being that we are still underneath the white signal too. So we really want to be above that, and then you see price deviate from it. That's what we really like to see when it comes to this indicator. But nonetheless, so far I've done pretty well with my position here on Sound. I don't know if I have. I do. So we have a little bit of a support line in here. It's not really that old, but it is here, and it's something that we can look for. Let's just say Sound was to get another drop back down here before a continuation, but I do expect the Sound to continue up, and I'm looking for $20 on Sound. Drop that down to my 1 as I move forward. Palantir still grinding despite any sort of bearish divergence that's shown in the chart. People are just absolutely bullish on Palantir, and it's a defense stock, so it's doing its job right now. All right, pre-market 152.20. Seems like the past few days, you know, we'll be up in pre-market, and then we start to see a little bit of a correction. So where could we be going back to? We could be coming back here to the top side of this line here, and I would have to extend this out, but we could be doing that. RSI still holding up. It is indicating that some sort of selling pressure is presenting itself, but this can also turn back up. We're dark green right now, so it is showing the buyers are stepping in. As we can see, initially took a long off of here. This is just for the trading. I took a long off of here, and then I ended up selling it out as it's right in here. Ended up selling it right in here. I was looking for price action to retrace a bit here, and I sold that, but I still hold some Palantir, just not in that trade position that I opened up. So we'll see once the market opens if it wants to give a little bit of a cool off. It's showing it here on the 4-hour time frame as well, and then the daily is starting to gear up for it as well. So It's all going to come down to that VIX. I'm telling you now, it's all going to come down to the VIX. All right, coin. I am looking for a retracement on coin. I can say that confidently that I'm looking for a retracement on coin. I can't say confidently that it's going to happen, but it is what I'm looking for as we are approaching this ascending trend line here, which is what I was looking for. Possibly come back up and back test this and then get that continued move to the downside. Just a bit of a cool off correction here. I like to add to my coin position. See, we got a nice little wick over here the other day, and that wick led to price action getting this bounce back up here towards the ascending trend line there. But in case coin decides that it's just going to break out of what is typically considered to be a bearish formation, because if you with the dynamic cloud on the 2-day time frame, it's converging, so it's not broadening, it's converging, and that could mean a break to the upside. So I'm also keeping that in mind. That I won't get to add to my coin position. Not at these prices. I won't be adding. I won't be doing that. But here, you can see the broadening formation a little bit better here. And you don't necessarily have to focus on this bottom formation as much. What I use for the bottom formation is this white line here in the center. So when I put that on, 2-day scale, but I think it was this one right here. So when I put that on, that's been our reversal points here. And you can see how this is squeezing in. And actually, let me just change the colors. Change it to this color so we'll know the difference. So this is converging here, and you can see we already got the break. So we weren't breaking before. Before we would do a tap and then we come down and we come back up, which is what I was looking for. Here, we tap, we come down, we come back up. But yes, we are actually breaking. So we'll have to see if this is no longer going to work for me, and coin is expecting to just break out of the top side here and continue onwards and upwards, or if it will reject here, and then this is still just may not be worth holding on to at that point. But it worked multiple times in the past. This is where I got long. Also, this is where I got long. Looking at this gave me the confidence to get long, and was also going into the golden pocket. And I think we may have had some bullish divergence on this play as well. So that is coin doing coin things. And let me turn this off. And the 4-day delta I needed to look at. Okay, so thank goodness I gave myself some notes. Let me see if that is in here. Still looks absolutely phenomenal. So still looks really nice. So nothing yet, no sort of a confirmation here from the 4-day delta just yet. It has a little bit of a curve right here. It has held up in the past right here. We got the move down after we crossed the delta, and then here as well we chopped sideways a little bit, but eventually we succumbed to the correction here. So be watching the 4-day delta. We are showing here that we could see some sort of a cool off, and maybe that will confirm the delta drop in here. Same thing here with the delta here. So there, and then we're just waiting on this. So something to keep in mind. All right, and let me go back to the 1. Drop that and keep it moving. Okay, AMD continuing to grind higher. Look at AMD go. This is another one that I was looking to add to. So coin I'm looking to add to, AMD I'm looking to add to. Sound I will add to. So you know what? I want to move sound down. I'm not going to add the Palantir. At this point, I'm good with what I have on these two. So AMD 161 pre-market. looking pretty good. RSI remains looking strong here. Mm, These small corrections on the 1 hour time frame, those are still in play. We're showing that we could be seeing something here. On the 4 hour time frame, looks like we may have invalidated the potential bear div over here. We have to see how market goes today as we're pushing up into here. 169 would be the target there. I'm looking for AMD to get up to about 300. So it's a while. So it's a ride for AMD. Uh, Daily, just fast forwarding. Yeah, don't see anything major just yet. Just a typical correction that would take place in here, and then the weekly. I think that was the only thing that I was looking at here on the weekly for the bear div. So that could be invalidated, but right now it is price is moving up bearishly, but still momentum line. Nothing's been broken over here on the momentum line. And I don't think that there was anything I could see on the delta in here for AMD. It looks nice. This may not be the time frame for me to find a consistency from it. I have not done my homework on that, so I will need to do that. But otherwise, AMD looks nice. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And I actually gave you need to DCA, and I think that DCA started somewhere around here, all the way down to this line right here, which is where price bounced at that trend line. Platinum pocket. Okay, AMD. TTD continues to do well. Pre-market 82.55, so not quite back above this high candle here where we got the gap up on the news, but we were watching this one, and we actually, when I came to this chart, I let everybody know I was going to go ahead and take that entry. I started introducing it 2 weeks ago. Actually, it's been a little bit more than that because we had not broken out of this line here just yet. We were approaching it, but we hadn't got the break yet. And then once we got the break, that is when I entered into TTD. And since then, we've been doing good. And TTD had got some news the day that we got this gap up over here, and that was the listing on the S&P 500. So that was good. EBS has raised its price target for the trade. That's the 105. But guess what? I'd already said that. I've been saying that every stream. So they're saying the target of $80. My target was for 88 first, and then 104. So they don't know. I know. Just kidding. Just kidding. But anyway, yeah. So 88 was the initial target and still is because we didn't hit it over here. We came relatively close into coming up to that, but 88 is the first target that I have in mind. And then after that, I'm looking at 104. There is a little bit of a broadening line, trend line right in here. But there's no telling where this happens at. I mean, can happen anywhere. It's going to take some time, but ultimately, I am looking a lot higher for TTD, and I honestly can't even tell you what I felt like that target was going to be. I forgot. You see that drop? Oh yes. That's what I love to see. A nice drop and price crossing over, and then it continues onward and upwards for TTD. Um, I mean, I wouldn't expect anything less than to see some sort of bearish divergence here on the daily time frame or any time frame higher than this, to be honest with you, because I think TT did it like a 60%, maybe 70% fall off from the highs. I cannot remember. So let me just do that. Yeah, 70% fall off from the high. Yeah. It's a shame that I met someone while I was out working, and we got to talking about stock markets and crypto and this that, and the third, and she was like, I'm looking at this one called the trade desk. I was like, the trade desk, tell me about it. And she was like, it got a massive drop off, a massive sell off. She said, I think it's gonna do good from here. And I started doing a little bit of research and looking at the chart, and I was like, I think she's right. She doesn't know anything about technicals, but she understood that. And most people who are like that, they are really, really good at picking when something is going to do absolutely wonderful. And so far, TTD is performing pretty well, trying to get this recovery. All right. Enough yapping on that, right? I need to move forward. Got about 15 minutes, so I need to get back to Bitcoin, which is doing absolutely nothing right now. Pony. Pony right now, pre-market 1316. Um, we don't like that, but this is one that I'm invested in. Like I said, anything up here and up, I have my money in it. I think Pony has potential, but I think Pony is something that you're just gonna have to hold on to. I mean, if it starts to get messy and you're just sitting there losing your money and stuff, then I would let it go. But I bought a little bit of this, and I think my last check I was up a little bit, on it. You have some pretty good volume in between here and here, and I think with Pony, this may be into it here on the daily. So I know that we've been holding the dynamic cloud, so price has basically been ranging within here, and I'm cool with that. You can do that, and I'm cool with that. But your highest amount of volume is in here, and I think we've been struggling with the point of control. So let me take a look at that and see. And so yeah, Pony's been struggling with the point of control. So once we can stop battling with this and potentially get a push up, we'll look a lot better. We'll look a lot better. Let me see, I put this in here. All right, let me put that back. I just wanted to see where the 50% was, so when we break above the 50%, then we can get a nice little push back up, possibly back here to the top side of the dynamic cloud. And if we can get the break out, then I mean, it's just doesn't have many places for it to be, right? We'll be lucky if we get it back up here. We'll be lucky. Right now, I just keep my hopes to 16, 17, 57. That's one of the things with Pony again is it's just struggling with this point of control in here. Wish I'd have seen it down in here. Very oversold here. And that was a nice trend line break. This nice, easy trend line break up here for Pony. All right, so on to what I do not have, but I would like to get some if it gives me the right prices. Now, Tesla, I'm not looking to buy Tesla, but I've been repeatedly saying I think Tesla looks good. I've been saying it and saying it and saying it all throughout all of this. Tesla looks good. Tesla looks good. Not because eventually one day I'll be right, but because I like the drop in the dynamic cloud. Anytime I see this, I lean towards price action getting a nice push up and out. And that's all that has to do with is that when I see this, I like it. And I'm looking for price action to get a nice push. And so it was the daily. There were other time frames that didn't appeal to me, but if I focus on that daily, that's what I like. So I like the daily. I need to slide these out. And Tesla has common ranges that it will bing bong around in too. So I just be looking back up here around 361 for that push higher on Tesla. I do want to see it get above this white line right here and start to deviate. It's a beautiful scoop right here. Drop in the dynamic cloud, price comes up and pushes through. So that again, that tells you what I like about the daily time frame. That's Tesla. All right, so Apple, I still think gets to 221 to 231. Right now it is in some sort of a symmetrical triangle right now. I did set a line right here. Honestly, I don't know why I set this line. I don't think I put any notes in here, and I did not. I do things sometimes, and I really have to remember to write my notes. Otherwise, I won't remember what was important and what wasn't. But Apple, we were looking at this before it got the breakout right here. Got the breakout. It is still within a larger range. And you can see the top side of that range is 225. The low side of the range is 169. As it was building this symmetrical triangle in here and got the breakup. I'm looking for nothing less than a breakout of this one too. So even if we just stop here at the top side of the range, we fulfilled what I'm saying, which is 221, and then the next target will be 231 for me. Okay. So we'll see how this goes. I know a lot of people feel absolutely bearish on Apple. I think they're wrong. It doesn't matter what I think. I don't have the money to move the market. Hood. Pre-market 103.61. I'm looking for that correction on Hood. I would love to get into Hood. So Apple, let me say this. Let me just back this up a little bit. Apple and Tesla are not two that I'm interested in investing in. I watch them because other people have been talking trash about them, and I totally disagree. So that is why I'm watching these two. Now, Hood, I want to be in Hood. I want to be in Hood. I want to be in Circle. I wasn't going to buy the little dip that we got on Circle. I wasn't going to buy that. And I don't mean to call it a little dip, but it didn't pull back as far as I would have liked for it to pull back for me to want to put my money in it. It's just not the prices that I want to pay for it. So Hood, if I can get the correction on Hood, I would love to do that. Did I put any notes in here on Hood? I did not put any notes in here on Hood, but I do believe that Hood has a lot of respect for the 26 EMA on both the 4-hour and the weekly time frame. So we're far away from that right now. Let's see. Yeah, we're far away from that right now. So price has not come back and interacted with this 26 since it started this this huge rally to the upside here. This explosive rally to the upside. So I was saying that if we came back down, I'll be looking for price to come back into 93.60 potentially. But being that this is now lower than this 26, I'm not so sure about that. So I would say if we come back and we interact with the 26, then there is a chance that we could drop a little bit more here for get a better entry for Hood. But Hood does have some squeezes going on. I mean, it has multiple squeezes throughout here that didn't really give much. Didn't give much. Still very, very green. Still very green. So that's one of the bigger things. It does have a cloud cover here, and it does have a bear div there on the 4-hour time frame, which hasn't made a bit of a difference for any of the stocks. That's why the VIX is going to shake things up soon. Bear div here on the daily time frame. a much tighter squeeze here for a cool off on hood. And then when I look at the weekly, it is also suggesting a big squeeze coming in for hood. Now the weekly is going to be the thing. The last weekly squeeze was right here, as this is continuing to rise. Once we confirm, this was this one. So that was a nice, what did we get there? Off that top to that low, that was a 55% drop. And then got a nice squeeze through here that took some time to play out, and we actually got the bear div. So we got the cloud cover here, and we put in some bearish divergence before we actually got that drop. So let me just pull this back here. So that was there to here, and that was a 43% drop. So oh, I got notes. What do you know? $26 to $60 basically for the weekly time frame, but there's been no interaction with this 26 right here. So let's just pretend for a second that seems about right with what it's been doing in the past. I'll be looking for a nice correction off for Robinhood here soon. Um, Got this in 4 minutes. I had some sort of little breakup right there. Circle, yeah. I mean, I talked about Circle. I put the little baseball and all that good stuff when it was down here because I knew it was gonna try to push up, and I knew I wasn't gonna buy. I was not gonna buy. I'm not interested in buying unless we can get somewhere in here. Now, initially, I was between here and here. They're not gonna give it, it seems, but I know a lot of eyes are on it, and they're looking for the price to come down, just like me. And so far, respect for the value low, and we've broken above this resistance here. Got a few purple E's in here. We'll see what sort of a correction we can get off of this. We'll be looking for it to hold here. I just hold these highs in here. If it comes down that much, that is what I'll be looking for. And that we can go as far as to say topside dynamic cloud, which looks like it's around 212. But this would be the next place of interest between this 252 and 277 to the upside for Circle. Yeah, I'm not paying those prices for something that just landed and it's moon shining like that. No. CNC trying its best. Trying its best. I like that. That's nice. We kept saying that eventually some of the selling pressure was going to start to cool off. But it is a little bit, I mean, within this range right here, if it does anything outside of the bottom side of this range, I will probably be done with it for now. It's risky to want to buy in, but at the same time, it is a colossal drop, which I think was just overkill for the health sector. And CNC is not the only one, but first things first is getting back up out of this range, which is at 32.98 to the upside, and then potentially looking to start to recover a lot of this. And so your next range is going to be here between 43.61 and 39.84. And then after that, I mean, we'll look at it as it happens, but right now the focus is on this here, this 32.98, getting above that little high there for CNC. That's the 1 hour time frame. Let's just move through and take a look at some of the other time frames. Got a little trend line down through here you can plot. And you can see we're just squeezing all across the board to get this pump here on CNC. Again here. So company was at low 29.50. It's scary, but this is a great company. This is a great company. And this is the highest volume area. That's too much for you guys to see through. So I'm not going to even do that. But this is the highest volume area here for CNC. So your institutional players are probably stepping in here. Potentially they're stepping in here. And then, we start to get a cool off over here on the weekly time frame. That's going to be even better. So there may be some time. And last but not least, as it is 9:30. It is 9:30. And the market is now open. And what does that do for Bitcoin? Nothing yet. Rivian. I like Rivian. It made it up here to its high. Got that nice little rejection, top and tail candle there. I'm looking for it to come back down here to the low. At the low, I get interested in buying some. Right now, 12.79. So it's holding. If it does make a pivot from here, which is also the highest volume area here, where it reaches number one at, and then it gets some move up, it could just blast onward and upward. Like the way the cloud is starting to get a little bit closer and closer. I like to see it drop all the way down. Then maybe I can even consider it a little bit later just for a trade and not a long-term investment. But I think that this company right here will eventually do very well. You can see the change of sentiment in here as it was just making these lows. I mean, you had a lot of places in here that you can buy and ride the wave on it. But here it was this falling wedge, and then it broke up from the falling wedge, started a new pattern. So there is a shift happening in here. And this could be the end of that. And then we start to see prices get back up here to some of this territory, 4 and 5, something like that. So 4 I would definitely be looking at next. And that's 25, 22 to 25 there. So that could be good for Rivian. And that's that. Let me take a look back at Palantir and see how it's doing. I'm going to go to a 1.
Yes, thanks for joining. So the meeting is Chris just ran away with the yesterday sandwich.
I just want to see real quick. And let me turn this off because I don't need that to be on.
July as well. I think there's, like as far as I'm not sure what the conversation. I think they want to about this once a year, and we just want to make sure how whatever right now is any kind of market opening concept here and issue that is script or something that can help analyze the market.
You know what? While I'm here doing this, let me just take a look back over here at Bitcoin.
Is there anything about it when you're writing interesting about calendar issue? Like, are you getting up on calendar or is that like?
That's one of the things about VIX is that it typically turns around when it gets to standard deviation 1
Okay, so
to the downside. It never goes to the green. It just doesn't do that.
Yeah, that's
VIX will tend to spike
okay. So that's the one
from this
we have
range.
So it's
And then when I look here, it looks like it could be preparing to turn up with this green right here. So I am looking forward to a spike on VIX.
Okay,
Let's see how that goes.
That one should be really, I didn't see, okay, with Ash, they need to be really
And
focused on getting.
we are back to bidding.
Trying to get when next release will be on that. In August. Yeah, so since if like I don't know where we're actually exactly on that, but you know, get with him or see what can he do to fix that in the code. Because
Cloud code
holidays now,
rejection error. Like I
getting
said, the
fast
1 hour looks like it can give some more, so
tires,
I'm not
we
going
need
to
to figure out
try to give anything until I can see a
script
clear
or,
change
we really sort
taking
of just
place.
bandage, and it's just a bandage. We want permanent things, right? So that's why it's extremely important that that tire with that, because a tire, for some reason, Sharon, it's going to happen for everyone. So it's always like a penny difference or a 2 penny difference. Tire people in that correct. Yeah, so we need to get Ganesh to help on that to see if he can permanently fix on that. Which issue? Oh, that's resolved already. It's not. It's not resolved. Well, I'm sorry. You saying that Chris asked you to give him Sharon to look at the code with Ganesh or what made that case? Did you get the document, Sean? Or no? Oh, okay. Okay.
I haven't actually heard anything about Congress' decision just yet. I know yesterday it was a no-go, and Trump had a little bit of a conversation, and it may be a yes today. I haven't really seen much on it.
Oh, which one? Oh, this is the latest ticket, right? You updated the ticket.
The Bollinger is trying to go over something here. Let me see.
Oh, when did it start happening? Just 3 days ago? 2 days? Let's see.
looks like it's trying to get above this standard deviation one here, but I don't like it right now. Point of control, in case you didn't know what that was, it's point of control. Value area low here, where the 200 EMA for the 1 hour is sitting, and then the value area high here, which I don't really use this much. I'm trying to incorporate it a little bit more. I can already define where the areas of interest lie. And I know it's this box.
No, that's what I was
Without
trying to
looking
find
at
that touch.
I know that it's here,
Because you got this, this tire
and
issue,
that this is
the
bearish. So if I take away this volume range, automatically, it's not necessarily this that I feel like price action is hanging on to, or that it's struggling with this. I mean, it's basically the lows. It's hitting these lows and it's having a hard time to get back above these lows. And then you have a bit of resistance right here. Based on some other things, there's resistance here. And then if price can get above this resistance, you run into one small hiccup right here. That if the 15-minute was to get above, then we can push up and out. But right now, that same resistance that's residing in here where these lows are at is over here as well, the 1 hour time frame. Let's see. Let me just look back at these EMAs again. So, and you could say the EMA ribbons are acting as resistance right now. You can say that these moving averages right here are acting as resistance right now, and these are strongly pivoted to the downside here. And yeah, I mean, the easiest way to clear that resistance is for price to get the drop, but it can also do it by pushing, but it really has to be an aggressive push back up. And right now we're chopping. We keep hitting this resistance here, then eventually we will break it.
It seems like around 11 if it's happening. I mean, if it's happening from it's yesterday, I mean, I'm just searching the error message in the thread, seeing it on the return even the past 30 days, like 11. Like 16.
This very much does. I mean, I know everybody's been talking about this head and shoulder, and even the indicator um, gives the vibes that this is a head and shoulder formation. RSI doesn't, but this does.
I think the error message is what Santana posted on that chat.
Then that would have me looking. That would be so bearish. That would be super bearish. And let me just take a look at that.
Oh, what did we look at from Oracle then? I'm going to write this to you. Is it the same skew? Same item? Is it just one item?
You never know where this is going to break from. I could put it in the center, back to where I took it from.
What's today's date?
And that's a home run for this 110, 108.
Did we see any? I don't think it came out. I haven't seen any one on like today's date. No. Yeah, maybe. In that condition or what?
Those are pretty tight.
Look at this. It's always the same skew.
200 is right about here, but I think we will stop out
Maybe it's
here
very
before we
quick.
did anything more. 60, the 60 EMA is sitting right here. Sitting right there.
Okay. So does the merchandising look at this more strong or no? So the other issue was the calendar
It's making a nice attempt.
Which client is it the one on your ticket that has shown the most error? Is it that 2270 or what? How many are you getting?
Bulls have to make a very hard attempt. This is the 200. Riding up through here. So if we tip our hat to this,
For
we are going down. We could really be going down if we tip our hat
I
to this.
noticed when I was looking at
This is very crucial.
2270. Because I think Shalana assigned me a ticket the other day. This one, I think was showing 24. Was it? Assigned it on the calendar. See, or do you have any TEC 23? Did you TEC 23? Okay, so this is the order, right? Have they all been processed now?
Yeah, move this.
Oh man. May 22nd. Yeah, that's not long. Wait, are you still getting the 2644 one or no? Or the 2270? Okay, I guess I'm confused by that too.
This is a must hold. So we're sliding down over here, but we're still maintaining the blue signal line here on the 4-hour time frame. It is a must hold for sure. This
Okay.
100% must hold.
You say it's like around 10 a day, is that what you said? You happen to have the example?
That's a slight bullish divergence on this 1 hour. You can't see it from this, but I do see something that I'm able to see it from. But there is some. Let me see if I can see it from the delta.
This was something that I saw the other day.
Yeah, you can see it from the delta too.
There's a different number of payment lines.
So you can see that bullish divergence.
Oh, is this it right here?
And it did get a positive delta cross right across there, and it's still trying to hold that. So it is building up some bullish divergence.
Well, let's look at 2270. See what they want to see what they. Yeah, because when I look at the 2270, this order, customer showing 13, which is 26 on the order level, right? Did you touch it already? Did you fix it or no? Because this came in on the 17th, which is today. It's got process, and you work on this one? mean, why is that process? It looks like this is continuing with the work that it's on. Did you have to get the snow and stamp it here? Okay, this one, why is it holding up?
Nice attempt from Bitcoin, though.
When did you get the 2270? Just recently or what? Is there no cameras? No. Right. It's only one thing. Other customer doesn't have anything attached to the Oh. And did you say the 2644 is still going on? Yeah, the one that you put ticket with Ganesh. Wait a minute. Yes. Now it's pending, so it doesn't have anything attached to it there. But it just wants no. Yeah, it should be this. I mean, we could work on looking at getting it pretty swiftly, but the permanent
It's not bad.
solution would be, of course, finding out what the customer
We'll be patient.
order is not attaching the snow to it, which is odd to me. Any idea, Sand, you say what the customer? Oh. Oh, good. Yeah, let's. Try it. that sound? Bi-weekly one, it is bi-weekly one. Bi-weekly one. Sean, remember that code you mentioned where we're looking at this particular, this BW1 to match here? Is that what they need to be updated or no? Oh, shoot. Let's jump on. No. Oh, sorry. No, not at the moment.
Just waiting. See how we're gonna handle this. I get a break and a back test, and then a go. We're just gonna break and run. Check to see how this is affecting altcoins. If it's affecting altcoins at all. XRP did get a nice little dip back to 316. Solana ended up getting a nice little dip back to 172. ETH got a nice little dip back to 3,363. Sui 392. Still waiting. While I do that, let me take a look at some of my interests. So Undo did do what I was thinking it had the potential to do while I'm just waiting around on Bitcoin. While I'm waiting on Betty, just to take us back over here. Because as I stated, I wouldn't assume that you just reject from this rising formation and to pay attention to where VWAP was located at for a potential rejection off of the VWAP. Potential rejection off the VWAP, which we're getting a little bit of a reaction from here. So Hondo did break to the upside on this pattern. And if it gets past the VWAP, it's a lot of strength. I really was hoping that I was going to get a chance to get into this. Did not hit the target that I was looking for, did it? It didn't. I don't think it did. Doesn't show on this one. Nope, nowhere near that. So nice move up for Undo after breaking out of this. And once it can flip this VWAP, I say happy days to anybody who is in Undo. So well, I think it's TradingView that keeps doing this garbage. It has to be. So this would just, again, what I stated, as I stated on X, in this scenario, it's better to wait for a confirmed rejection rather than to assume an immediate breakdown. I know it's a rising wedge, and generally you see these break down, but is it just looking like it's a trick? Yep, still hanging in here. And it's ascending channel formation. So nothing explosive there. This baby over here is looking absolutely awesome. XRP. Let's see if we're gonna break this. But again, it was showing a little bit of a cool off. And again, for Solana, it's the same thing. Previous day high here. Still showing that cool off. We have the bear div over here from Solana. So, we just dropped back down here to the previous day low, held it, so that's a plus. Also, band one from VWAP as well, and Ethereum just tapped into, and I may need to draw this out differently. I could need to draw this out differently. And I drew it based on what? I don't know. I didn't draw it based on that. I freehanded it. But anyway, not bad there. Could scoop this out. Maybe that wasn't even the time frame. It wasn't the time frame I used. I used this one. That's why it made sense. Okay. So, yeah. We can tap into there in the golden pocket that we were looking for. So if we hold here, then we continue up. If we break here, then we'll be looking back down a little bit. We pulled this just from this pivot, so we would just drop down to our next Fib retracement level. But there was some pretty decent support in here, I thought. No, There wasn't. There wasn't. It's down here. We were getting this chop at in here. I don't know that Ethereum comes back down here at this point, but could look to these highs right here back into the golden pocket if anything. Um, Previous day low. Yeah, could look back in there. Otherwise, it's just a little back test and then a continuation up. But bear div on the high and showing some selling pressure. See how that goes. Back over here to XRP. Okay, look to these ones right here. Not a lot of volume in here, but maybe XRP could come back test this breakout, and then continue forward. That's very extended. XRP may take a breather for a long time once it gets up here. And that's just facts. Let's add this out. We have about 2 hours until, a little less than 2 hours until we get a new 4-hour candle close. So we can look like we're breaking it on the time frames below the 4, but if the 4 it comes back down when that 4 before that 4-hour candle new candle opens, then it would just confirm that it's a rejection. So far, I mean, I don't know. Maybe if enough people are believing that it's a head and shoulders, and it does look like it based on that 4-hour time frame, it looks very much like it is a head and shoulder. Then, but maybe if enough people are betting on it, then they lose that bet. I'm looking over here. Starting to get some shorts in. Lots of liquidity built in above our heads. Lots of liquidity above this yellow line. Actually, above this pivot. Lots of short orders sitting in there. The shorts start to pile in, then we start a short squeeze. So far, just a small short squeeze here on the 15-minute, which, as I stated, I'm waiting on the 1 hour. You could have done this, but I tried this earlier. No, when I can see it wasn't gonna work. That's why I kept saying, you can go ahead and cut it. But yeah, I'll wait for 1 hour. So has to keep beating it. But, mm-mm. It's pushing.
Hey, can you hear me? Oh, so yeah, we're looking to putting into the script, right? But the first, do you understand what I was saying on the chat or no? Yeah, because we would,
What's this?
that's what Sharon told me initially when you go
Supports
out
this
with
at this
code.
point, it will
Is
push
my
through
script,
here.
right?
I wouldn't be interested again until the 1 hour actually clears up.
Yeah, I would start off with what he said initially, because right, this particular app, you can send this on screenshot on CPS to like, hey, this calendar table is showing the pay frequency listed as bi-weekly for his work, right? When they really should be with the hyper cheap. When you're just
There is a lot of liquidity
yeah, just create a CPS ticket for this issue
not
and start with that and see when they complete it, say okay it's done. Then we watch and see what the effect is as far as the next area, the 2270 still going on. Then okay, then we need to create the script, right? Because even of course even if we do a middle tier, right? All we're doing is you have to say 5, right? We can just simply just run an update statement, just to update service middle tier to order header, right? Set you know how to write the update statement, right? But you just update service middle tier kind of like this. Service. I mean, this is the workaround. Like when you get 7 or 8, you don't want like individual rights. You would just say update service headers order header. That's what we're doing. And all we're doing is just make sure you commit it, of course. And that's the snow. This good thing is only got one snow anchor. It's good to have 4 or 5 and yeah, 5 anchors as well. So you basically just going to be instead of this one, you really just saying set calendar snow equal this. Where or ID in and then commit, right? So whatever it was 5 orders, just put 5 orders in this target bracket on this. And then you can hit commit, which is just make sure it's only the order that's 7 or whatever that in fact experiencing the issue, you know what I mean? Like and make sure the error message like just if it's 22, like make sure it's saying this, right? Like this email address, like this error message. You probably could just
nice reclaim.
Double check if they make sure they're due to this, and then if it's something else with any issue, it's tire related, and of course that's not going to fix everything. You got to fix the tire, but if it's more like common like just this, so you can just run that. Yeah, you can just run that update statement. You come in and make sure you come in. It's important. Other than you're going to slow other lot other stuff. But yeah, let's first thing. Oh, that's good. Right. Right, that's what I'm saying. But we want to try to get a fix for this. Look, let's see if it's on the CPS ticket and how I usually put on there. Have them do what we just talked about. And when you say, okay, complete it, then the next day look and see if okay, I see any more expensive issue it is, then we can just look at putting in a grid script. But in the meantime, until then, just run that update statement what I just showed you. Okay. And what other clients, send the other clients that you see that has some kind of issue, and make sure it's very few. Make sure that we will look at to make sure that the same scenario as this one, where this target shape has this bigger that the snow then match, right? Match. Okay. And Sharon's yeah, it's hard. Is Sharon to look at the one that's he said he is going to be looking at it. Okay. Okay, yeah, send me also an example when you get a chance and we can see how many did you say a day you get a day right now on Skype? 4 or 5? When you move in there, right? Basically. Maybe we can get together tomorrow.
Take this away. Oh,
Yeah, but if you really like that, which one? Sure, I can fix it before I accommodate. That way we can, good advantage of it. And so on. And so, well, Sharon said he's gonna look at it, right? Sharon. Oh, apparently Sharon said he's gonna look at it. Maybe you should stay with us more. It's 1,000. But it's on the
so
first.
this one has finally disappeared over here too.
It was just not everything, or just that one item.
Nice momentum pop up right there.
This right here. This right here. What is $1?
I'm just waiting on the proof of the move, then we can go higher.
See, are you gonna? Oh, I want to see. Can you see my? Okay. Oh, you want to show me something? Right, we can get the student. We can get the student. So which? You saying all the students say album? This is the student number right here. It's 60. Total price 65. What's the down? Oh, okay. Yeah, so what else? Right. Left come here. Yeah. Um, okay.
Bitcoin gonna end up invalidating this head and shoulder, but everybody's gonna say complex. If it manages to invalidate it anyway. That bottom line is very, very important with this squeeze sitting here between that bottom and that top trend line. You either break up and invalidate this head and shoulder, then I look for, I'm just waiting for the structure to change, basically, before I look for another long position here. Don't always have to be the fastest horse side is stable.
I mean, Sharon was looking at. I don't know exactly. I don't know what he's looking. What he's trying to find here. Record price missing. So it's something in the API.
Make this one a little bit more conservative.
So, yeah, I don't know what's going on either. Like, I need to explain. I think this is the use API. Um, we need to get Sharon to tell us that. But yeah, this is. Price that we get, right? And I think this is what the customers need.
Double check on something here. Where I have this. Yeah, that seems about right.
I mean, these products are getting data from, they're using trading tire product is the new vendor that we're customer order tires on. Before it used to be um, buyers, tire buyers, but now Red Sea, they're still the same company. They just rebranded. Yeah, I don't know as far as, that's something Sherrod, that's why he was going over, he's looking at, maybe, he can give us more, like, what the issue is. But initially, initially, I thought it was the inertia, I'm saying it's the API that's the issue, so. Yeah, just ping him or just, if the order is still, because it looks like it's only this skew, I'm saying, it's not like it's 33. If we didn't have none today, it's this skew this right here, that's the problem. This is the one that's experiencing this, so. Yeah, when you, let me know when you hear back from him, if we schedule a call, include me and go over it. Okay. All right, thanks.
Right. So anyway, I think I've stayed on as long as I can stay on for today. Just note this. So this red trend line down here is very important. It's crucial to the 4 hour time frame. So you want to make sure you zoom out to the 4 hour at 12 to ensure that we're going to respect this line here. Because if we're not, then we can start to roll over, and then I will be looking lower, and I will be looking. We would actually confirm the head and shoulder. Doesn't mean that it will 100% play out simply because it is confirmed. You can always, anything can happen in the market. But I would be looking a bit lower at that point, and I would assume that price will get down to about 110 to 108. It would take some time for that to happen. Right now, price is attempting to hold the blue signal line down here with the fast cross here, but we do still have this cloud cover. So just bear that in mind that this line is very crucial to the 4 hour time frame. Very crucial to the 4 hour time frame. We break up from this line right here. We may see a little bit of turbulence if we break up from this line here. But once we can clear that turbulence, then I would be looking back here to 121 to 120 for potential rejection, and then possibly a higher low. And that means we're respecting this line right here. We're getting through the turbulence. We're coming up here. You can base an entry off of that. You'd be reclaiming the previous day high and all of that. I'm just not willing to consider another position here until it actually proves itself. And I don't see that just yet. There are a lot of things that I do like about it. I like the fact that this RSI is up here, but it was up here too when we got the roll down. We had a three rise method over here, and that didn't play out. We got the drop on an aggressive entry there. RSI is above everything over here, so that's nice here on the 1 hour time frame, along with the bullish divergence that's showing from the delta here. So we can't be expecting a MACD cross up here on the 1 hour time frame. So you can always lean into that, waiting until you get your MACD cross up on your 1 hour time frame to do your entry. If you're using leverage, I will keep that leverage low, as we are still around the highs, and there's a chance that we could cap out right in here too. So just be aware of that. So I think that pretty much covers the pros and the cons. Break, little turbulence, possibly get up into here, 121 to 120 there, for potential rejection there, and come back down for a higher low. That's what I'm looking at there. I will post if I see anything differently. But right now, that's what I'm leaning towards. I'll update as soon as 12 o'clock hits and I can see what we're actually doing on that 4 hour time frame. If we're going to continue up, or 1 hour looks nice. 1 hour does look giving. It really does look giving. So that's basically it here. That's it. So it could happen. But again, 12 o'clock, I'll be looking back at this because this is very critical. This is very critical right here. We validate that measured move is down here to that range there. That puts price action back in and under the cloud. Let me make sure before I go, there's nothing that giving me a different vibe right now. I like the 3 minute. If I had to run on anything, it would be the 3 minute time frame. So I like the 3 minute. I was just looking at it. Um, so here, prices inside of the bank in the cloud. Here, 3 minute, you can see it's trailing down. So that could be what leads price up. So I would watch that 3 minute time frame. I like it. Doesn't mean you can't retrace back down here into it, but that's lovely to see. So if that maintains, then I would be expecting a push up higher. So just see if there's anything we can watch in here that would be helpful. I don't really see much that would be helpful to you other than watching that 50% retracement on the RSI. But this looks nice right here. You see how it did it over here, but it, you know, wasn't as successful over here. Wasn't successful at all. Wasn't successful at all. So eventually it came back up and it did its thing. But sometimes that will happen. 4 hour. 4 hour is really worth keeping your eyes on. And with that said, I appreciate everyone who stopped by today to hang out with your girl down the Crypto TA. I will update you on X, so please be sure that you are following me there at Down the Crypto TA. Be sure you're following the Coin King at the Coin King. That is with a D as in dog, A as in apple, DACOINKING. And I will see you tomorrow morning.